We are live. Hello and welcome. I am Ronnke, your GM, and joining me today in order of their character avatars, we have Rigel Kent, Gigaman, FX Engineer, and Mel. Today we dive into a Star Trek campaign set in the original series era. We are using the very awesome GURPS system by Steve Jackson Games, and our VTT of choice is Fantasy Grounds. You can find this and past sessions on YouTube and as audio-only podcast. The links are in the video description. If you enjoy our content, please like this video and subscribe to our Twitch and YouTube channels. All right, character business. Phil or Rigel Kent, do you have any character business for Commander Lorien?
Not at this time, no.
Gigaman, do you have any character business for Lieutenant Commander Dallas?
That's negative.
FX Engineer, do you have any character business for Lieutenant Commander Psylocke?
Actually, yes, I do. I'd like to raise up a couple of skills by one level.
The skills?
Yes.
Which skills?
Okay, yeah. It's going to be scrounging.
Yep,
Going
that one's
from
fine.
13 to 14. I've used that one. And I've used a lot of inventor and electronics operation. I'm just thinking maybe I can put a point into... Oh, actually, how much is it to raise a wildcard skill? I've got 6 character points in it right now.
12.
Does it go to 12? Okay. All right. So then I will put 6 points into inventor to raise it 1 level, and then 1 point or 2 points into scrounging.
No, it's 12 points per level.
Is it? So like level 4 is like 48 points?
Mm-hmm.
Why does my character sheet only say 6 points?
That's an interesting question.
Okay. Well, I may have to get back to you on that, Ronnke. I might have to fix something here. But at least put 2. Well, let me just hold off then. I might need the points. So pending resolution of wildcard skill, I'm going to hold on.
Cool.
I'm sure it's just a display issue.
All right, Mel, do you have any character business for Dr. Jones?
Yes, I used stealth last session, so I'm going to put a point into that to raise it up to 11.
Yep, that should be fine.
We should all remain non-sneaky.
Too late.
Well, 11 isn't exactly sneaky.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, we do have some additional stuff prior to us starting. The campaign has some personal logs from the Admiral Banna Stoker. So I will play those for you. Hopefully this will work as intended. I have 2 such logs, so please.
Why are we hearing them?
Because it's cutscene.
Right, cutscene.
All right. If you don't hear them, shout out and let me know, but it should be working.
Stardate 5331.1, Personal Log of Admiral Banna Stoker. In the wake of the events at Bacchus 4, I fear we are further along in the process than I had originally imagined. between the power held within the ancient ruins and the individuals who seem to act in a manner that hints at spiritual possession, all signs are that the threats may be even more dire than I originally understood. According to the Lexington's captain and crew, the ship was grabbed by a beam from the planet as it dropped out of warp near the fourth planet in the Bacchus system. The crew struggled to keep the ship in orbit but were able to stabilize important systems. Almost simultaneously, a few crew members were transported to the planet's surface by an unknown force, while a Klingon bird of prey entered the planet's orbit and was caught in the same beam that was affecting the Lexington. While on the planet, the crew found impossibly large and powerful ruins, as I have seen in other locations throughout our galaxy. They also found other creatures, including the 2 Starfleet deserters who spawned the mission in the first place. Everything I am told by the crew indicates they were not in their right mind when they fled their posts, stole the shuttle, and came to this planet. Apparently, humans are not the only ones susceptible to this phenomenon. Klingons, Vulcans, Romulans, and even Trill were also present. The crew on the planet navigated the unusual circumstances admirably, especially considering the presence of angry and confused Klingons, who had themselves been grabbed from the bird of prey and transported to the planet. The crew assessed the situation, dealt with the immediate threats, and gained access to the control room of the ruins. From that strange control room within one of the monoliths that made up the ruins, the crew was able to grab data and disable the beam affecting the orbiting ships. With the beam no longer operating, the survivors on the planet were beamed back to the bird of prey, which was on the verge of catastrophic systems failure. Again, the crew saved the day by stabilizing the Klingon vessel as the entire Bacchus system collapsed into its star. The crew that braved the planet's surface pulled very important and sensitive information from the control room within the ruins. I have quarantined all data for obvious reasons. I can see that the crew of the Lexington is doomed to play the major role in this drama, for better or worse. I am going to start guiding them with a steadier hand until we get the answers we need about this new threat. I can already feel the mistrust from some of the crew at my tight-lipped posture, but I still do not know who I can trust. Stardate 5335. Personal log of Admiral Banna Stoker, USS Calico. The information gathered by the crew of the Lexington at Bacchus 4 continues to reap benefits. One of the locations referenced on the star map kept by the advanced alien species was the 5th planet of the 51 Pegasi system. I ordered the Lexington there to investigate. What happened to them would be shocking if I didn't know the scope of the alien power. The crew found more ruins similar to those found elsewhere in the wake of the ancient alien culture. Accessing the alien technology there hurled the crew through space to an impossibly massive space station at the edge of the galaxy. The station was maintained barely by a heretofore unknown species. This new species, who called themselves the Covenant, was apparently left here centuries, if not millennia ago, by the alien race I have been studying. The Covenant could not even remember why they were here or what their former masters were like, but they treated the crew of the Lexington like gods. Unfortunately, the Covenant did not want these gods to leave, so the crew was taken captive after a celebration. Problems with the space station forced the crew to escape and explore the station. In the depths of the station, mutated creatures that had once been Covenant, but with whom the Covenant waged war, tried to keep the station from falling apart. Apparently, this alien race has been gone longer than I had first anticipated, and they are neither omniscient nor omnipotent. Leaving such creatures alone as caretakers for so long creates consequences. The alien race might have been technologically advanced, but they make mistakes. The crew found the problem with the station and was able to return intact. Commander Lorian also returned with one of the Covenant, a curious specimen named Balak, who helped them escape. I am not sure what part she will play in the coming weeks, but it may be significant. Balak has been debriefed and rests comfortably aboard the Lexington. Averly's condition continues to deteriorate, but I have a new lead that seems promising. What turns a schoolteacher into a mass murderer I can't fathom, but I think it might be an important step in my investigation. I have the Calico waiting on standby in case I need to act quickly.
Okay, I hope that came through good enough for you guys.
I think there might have been something that cut out in the second one, just for maybe a word or two.
But we did get the gist.
Cool. You said it was a little bit robotic.
Well, it's clearly an AI voice, so that's always going to be the case.
All right, but it's not like dodgy sound robotic.
Correct.
We all now think she's an evil robot, by the way.
Of course she is. Okay. I shall copy the captain's log, or first officer's log.
Which I still maintain is a little confusing the way it's phrased.
Yeah, it becomes a little bit clearer. Okay, first officer, you may begin on the whistle.
First officer's log, stardate 5336. We have received a hail from a shuttle originating from the USS Calico. Admiral Stoker is aboard, unaccompanied, which is an anomaly requiring clarification. The means by which she acquired a shuttle from the USS Walcott and the reasoning behind her solitary arrival are unknown, but will soon be elucidated upon her docking. I am proceeding to the shuttle bay to receive her and ascertain the necessary information. I maintain they should have rewritten that because it sounds like the shuttle is coming from the same ship, but they gave the name twice, or different names.
No, the shuttle is actually from the Walcott, but it has
why
originated
can't-
from the Calico. So it's the Walcott shuttle, but it came from the Calico.
How would we know that?
I guess the its identification numbers, and it probably has USS Walcott.
Yes, I
On the
get
side?
that part. I get that part, but how would we know it's originating from the Calico? That's where it starts to get confusing.
I don't know.
Right.
Light log says it came from the Calico, or maybe the message from the Admiral said that this is the Admiral. I'm arriving from the Calico. In either case,
Well, it says the shuttle originated from the USS Calico.
Right, which implies it's one of the Calico shuttles. But then it says, oh, hey, no, it's a shuttle from the Walcott. So it's like, yeah.
but I hope that's clear now. The shuttle is the Walcott shuttle, but it's arriving having departed the Calico.
So Walcott sent a shuttle to Calico, whereupon they sent a message.
Well, the Calico didn't send the message. It came from the shuttle.
I'm just going to blame the author of the adventure and say, should have cleared that up, bro. Or sis, depending.
Yeah, I read it and I thought it's going to be confusing, but I figure in the context of the commander, you know what's actually going on. You're just reporting it in your log.
Nope, I don't know
That's
what's
awfully
going on.
optimistic.
Okay. All right, so the shuttle will arrive in the shuttle bay. I'll get a perception roll from whoever wants to be down there awaiting the...
No, it's an admiral. We
Admiral.
probably have the command crew. You have to receive.
Yeah, you're gonna have to have a
receive them
ceremony.
properly.
All right, then those command crew, make a perception roll or observation roll.
Well, not a ceremony, a detail.
Yep.
Is it a
Admiral
vision based?
arriving.
It is vision-based, yes.
Then mine would be by 2, I think. No, wait. That's hearing. Never mind. Mine's by 1.
I hear all the things.
Success by 8.
C.
Lieutenant Jones hears slightly less than all the
C's.
things.
It's a C.
C's.
All right, the first thing that you notice when the shuttle enters the shuttle bay is that it is not in the best of condition. There's no evidence of phaser damage or anything of that sort. But it looks to have perhaps been flown too quickly through some asteroids or space debris. It's a bit dented and has a number of scrapes.
I was going to say, translation, the Admiral has a piloting skill like mine, where it's like 11.
What's this link?
Built objects were uncooperative.
Nice.
So you have a
Put your
shuttle
phone
bay
down.
all the way at the bottom. No, that was me. I was sending him, reminding him that link about all these interiors.
Okay. So, arriving. The shuttle arrives, and the Admiral steps off and says permission to come aboard.
Permission granted, Admiral. Welcome to the Lexington.
It's nice to see you again, Commander.
Ma'am, how may Lexington assist?
Okay. There's the Admiral.
I just realized she's probably like 30 years younger than Lorian.
That's feasible, yeah.
Which is really, really funny.
So if there are any other command staff there, she'll address those and give each of you a handshake and a round of introductions. Then she will say, set course immediately for the first planet in the Pasquale system at maximum warp. Do not stop for anything, do not answer hails or get distracted. I need to go to my quarters for a few minutes, and then I will join you on the bridge. I know you have questions. As soon as I have time, I will provide answers. With that, she will dismiss herself and head off, as if she is quite familiar with a Constitution class vessel and has assumed the quarters, or the Admiral's quarters, that's set aside for visiting dignitaries.
Okay. First thing Lorian is probably going to do is look to Dallas and instruct him to get information on this Pascal 1 immediately.
Aye, sir.
And then to Psylocke, probably it's like a, readiness for warp, Mr. Psylocke. And then we'll dismiss everybody else.
Aye, aye, Commander. Ship is ready for work on your command.
All right. Is there anyone that's going to take a moment to have a closer look at the shuttle damage, or will you proceed to do what you need to do?
I think it's appropriate for Psylocke, once he gets the ship ready to warp and takes care of his duties, he will want to he'll want to inspect the shuttle.
I am absolutely, Lorian is absolutely going to check out that shuttle.
Oh, if everybody else is going, I'm going.
Hey, I gave you instructions.
Dr. Jones will manage to not be curious about it because she really doesn't know a lot about shuttles, and she's going to head back to sickbay.
All right, so Commander Lorian, you will have a look at the shuttle. I guess, Dallas, you have your marching orders to go and check.
I'm going over there to look.
All right.
Until Commander Lorian turns around and says, what are you doing?
And Psylocke, since you were in engineering, I guess that you'll find this out later when you go and inspect the shuttle after.
He would have been here too. You would have had the senior officers present to greet an admiral arriving, I would think.
All right, I just assumed he wasn't there since he didn't roll, but okay, he's there as well.
He may not have curious.
Psylocke is number 2.
No, I mean the perception.
I didn't roll because there was like 3 other people that rolled, and they made it by 8 and 5 and 1. So
fair enough. Well,
yeah,
you were there. All right, closer inspection does in fact confirm your initial suspicions. And you can further confirm that this damage to the shuttle is recent. It's not like this shuttle was banged up a little while ago.
Fascinating.
Actually, while I'm looking up the planet, I think I'm going to be looking up where the Calico was ostensibly positioned and what route may have brought the shuttle here. Might it have been through an asteroid field or something?
Okay. Give me a I guess a research roll.
I'll have my number 2 handle the planet. Because it's perfectly fine to delegate. Research, you say?
And expected.
Not in Star Trek. Senior officers do everything. Which is dumb as
successfully
hell,
researched.
Okay, so you will step on board the shuttle and go over its navigation logs and various other details and astronavigation and all that sort of stuff. You will locate the position of the USS Calico. The name of that particular system is not overly relevant, but you do know the location of it, and you can actually what is
these
it?
Shuttles warp capable?
They are just not very fast. I guess it might be intelligence analysis if you have it, or I guess forensics might work as well if you.
Suppose, given the nature of it, it could be navigation.
Not in this case. You understand the navigation of it just fine. This is more to find a motivation for the navigation. choices.
Well, okay.
Okay, it
have
becomes
motivated.
clear to you that looking over the navigation records and the path that this shuttle took from the Calico, it is obvious that the Admiral has taken a course that was deliberately set to enable her to throw off anyone trying to follow or anything like that. So she'd warp into one direction, fly around, go through a nebula, an asteroid field, and so on. And she's gone about that fairly effectively. It would be difficult for someone to follow. Not totally impossible, but at least she would have a significant lead on anyone following.
All right. Well, I need to deviate to my quarters to make a report. To Dallas, Salak will instruct. It's like once we are not. Yeah, I guess it would be Dallas because he's going to be on the bridge. Once we are prepared for warp, go ahead and take us there. I will be there momentarily.
Understood, sir.
All right. So the Lexington will go into warp in short order. Lorian, you may read
First
your
officer's
supplemental.
log, supplemental. Admiral Stoker has issued a directive to proceed to Pascal 1 at maximum warp, instructing that all external communications be ignored. She has provided no justification for the urgency of this course of action and has demonstrated an unwillingness to entertain inquiries. While her orders are within her authority, the lack of transparency is atypical of standard Starfleet protocol. I have lodged an official report on her actions with the Judge Advocate General's office at Starfleet Command and am waiting a response. Until then, we are proceeding to Pascal 1 as instructed.
Thank you. Your information on the system that your underling has reported. The system itself has not been visited by any Starfleet ship. However, probes have indicated that the first planet in this system is an M-class planet, and there are 2 other gas giants in the system. Do you have eidetic memory or anything like that, Dallas?
Yep.
Which level? Do you have the level that you need to roll on, or?
I believe I do. Let me confirm. 5
5
pointer.
or 10. Yep.
All right, so give me an IQ roll.
Humana. Ah, crap. I had a thing set up for that. Oh, well. By 5 anyway.
You recall that the Pascal system was mentioned in the data found on Bacchus 4. So if you recall, Bacchus 4 had star maps with a lot of systems that were highlighted, and you remember that Pascal is one of those such systems.
Gotcha. I am going to find... well, how long is the trip going to be?
It is a 6-hour trip.
Okay. I'll find a few minutes in there to discreetly inform Commander Lorian of this fact.
All right. Is there anything that is going to happen prior to the arrival of Pascal?
I don't know. Is there?
Anything anyone's doing? You have 6 hours. Otherwise, you will arrive in system.
Well, a few minutes before we're due to arrive in system, Lieutenant Commander Dallas will dismiss himself briefly and return with a jacket and a bag with what's probably OA team gear. And if anybody asks, he'll say, "Oh yeah, every time we come into one of these systems, we end up getting transported or something." And
Pascal 1
I'm
is
going to be
really
ready
close.
this time.
Pascal 1 is really close. Using the toss warp factor, max of 7 for the Constitution class, 6 hours, that distance is only 0.23 light years.
I guess you guys have been operating in the vicinity.
How lucky.
How fortuitous. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, how long do you run the sound for before you turn it off?
It's only a few seconds, but I forgot to show the image before. I ran the sound before I did the image. Okay.
So as soon as it comes on screen, do we all say the name?
Sure.
No, we go into standard operating procedure. You start scanning the planet.
Well, we can do that too.
Okay, you can give me a sensors roll for the planet. You will hear the turbo lift open, and the Admiral will step onto the bridge.
Planet detected.
All right, so you're not sure what may be causing the issues with sensors, but it appears that your sensors are either malfunctioning or there's something on the planet's surface that is interfering with your sensor scans.
I'm presuming standard operating procedure in that case is a probe.
If you launch a probe, the results are the same. The probe will function till it gets within, sort of close vicinity of the planet, and then the probe goes dark. As far as you can tell, whatever is causing this interference is not sort of around the planet itself, but it is emanating from the planet, and it seems to be related to EM pulses that seem to emanate from the planet.
Is this not the same thing we encountered on the one previous to Bacchus? I believe the one with the hive.
It does have the hallmarks of the same thing. Visual scans show no apparent constructions. The atmosphere does appear to be breathable. And yeah, the other scans of the planet are just sort of garbled readings, inconclusive, not useful at all. The Admiral will step to Lorien, and she'll say, Commander, I need you to form a party or an away team to beam down to the planet and investigate anything strange that might be happening there.
It is a little early in the process for that, ma'am. We need to ensure that it is safe for said landing party first.
She will turn to Commander Dallas, and she says, can you give me an approximate figure on safe transportation to the planet's surface?
Dallas will rattle off some statistics that we have so far put together based on what we can detect.
I guess give me a science roll. That's a science thing. The better you roll, the more accurate your assumptions are going to be.
Include that exclamation point.
But of course, I can science.
By 6, that's pretty good.
All right, so you feel that this interference, you can make adjustments on the transporters, and you should have a 90% likelihood of transporting the away team to the surface without effect. Well, safely. Just say safely. But you are fairly certain that given that you can't get any scans or anything like that of the surface, returning that away team is, at this point, going to be near impossible. The away team can perhaps go with pattern enhancers that might make a return trip possible. What do you tell the
Recommend a
Admiral?
shuttle, sir.
Who is that addressed to?
Well, both, I suppose.
Yeah, so what does Dallas tell us first? How much of that?
Well, yeah, like I said, he rattled off the whole spiel.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, he rattles off all the stuff and wraps it up with, I recommend a shuttle, sir.
No, we don't want to do a shuttle because if things are losing power, then it will turn into a flying rock.
The Admiral will consider for a moment the information that you provided. Then she'll say,
down on the previous one.
She'll say, Commander Lorien, assemble an away team. Or assemble your away team. Who are you going to send on this away team?
It is probably going to be Psylocke in charge because we're going to need. I'm not going down while the Admiral's on here because, frankly, I don't trust her. So he'll probably send Psylocke since he needs Psylocke to potentially assemble the pattern enhancers. Probably Dallas for the science, Jones for the medic if she is curious enough to venture forth, and we need some security. Ash isn't doing anything. He can go with.
All right, so we have Psylocke, Dallas, Jones, and Ash.
Yep.
All right, no other red shirts.
Let's see. Do we want to send another red shirt? I'm going to leave that up to Ash. So, probably, yeah.
Okay, you will send another red shirt.
Speaking of red shirts, did yeah, the guy we lost last time didn't get added to the memorial.
That was Lieutenant Haverly. No, Ensign Haverly.
Haverty.
Haverty, was it?
Oh, right. I forgot I was doing that because we went and did the crew breakdown, and that turned out to be a whole lot better than mine.
I didn't realize you did that. I thought the GM did that. Never mind.
I can find the actual name if you need
You
it.
don't have to. It's
Frank
on the crew
Haverty.
breakdown.
Okay, cool.
What was that place called?
51 Pegasi, wasn't it?
Right.
Fifth planet, 51 Pegasi.
What were those critters called?
They were armored slugs.
Right.
All right, the away team will assemble in the transporter room. The Admiral will be present. I'm not sure if Commander Lorien is going to be present as well.
He will, because as soon as they're gone, he's going to probably turn to her and say, I think an explanation is in order, ma'am.
Okay, well, once the crew is on their pads, she will address the away team. Your mission is to go down to the planet and investigate its status. Are there life forms there? If so, what is their condition? Is there any evidence of the strange technology we have seen on Bacchus 4 or elsewhere? Why can't we scan the surface? Despite the interference that we're seeing, I feel it is safe for you to beam down. Carry on. Transporter operator, energize.
More importantly, stay alive.
So I realize the answer to this question is sort of a genre convention, but how the hell are we supposed to actually accomplish that mission on foot on a planet?
It's Star Trek.
You always beam into the right location. It's like Star Wars. When they land in Star Wars, they land right next to where they need to be.
That's because they only programmed one landing point on the planet.
Well, they beam you to the most obvious place to beam down. So it just happens to be right, because that's how the script writers wrote it.
The transporter guy has special training just for that.
Yep.
They're all psychic.
As soon as they have dematerialized, Commander, as stated, Commander Lorien is going to address the Admiral and say, I believe an explanation is in order, ma'am.
Give me a reaction roll, please. I guess you can add whatever modifiers that are appropriate.
I'm adding them all. All of them. All.
Actually, if you have a reputation for honesty, that may go against you if she's being dishonest.
I do have honesty, yes. Wow. That was pretty good for when I rolled a freaking 7.
Well, +6 will help.
Good. Huh. That's not showing up on that's a good point. You mentioned the honesty, and that's not showing up as a potential option.
Oh, yeah, I don't think they all import that way.
Honesty should give you a bonus if people know that you're an honest person.
But like Giger said, if she's being sneaky,
I suppose you have to figure in the rank difference there as well.
She says, "Very well, Captain. Very well, Commander. At this point, I cannot tell you everything.
Technically captain,
but I will give you some insight. I can see that you have been reluctant to carry out my orders.
Due to your atypical secrecy. That is correct.
I assure you, this is a mission of utmost importance and highly classified. There are potential agents within Starfleet that may have been compromised. I am not sure who I can trust." And she gives you a bit of a look. She gives you that look like, can I trust you? Yeah. Her face speaks for her. So we will cut to the crew on the planet's surface.
As you all explode upon arrival.
That's what I was expecting.
That's about right.
Roll a health check.
Mm-hmm.
At -12.
Yep.
Oh, I should actually roll to see if the transporter operator is awesome or not.
Dude,
On
you
a
totally
crit
need
fail,
to have...
we have duplicates.
No, it's like you totally need to have like side adventures and crap like that, like mirror universe adventure, just in the waiting. So it's like, oh, he critically failed. Mirror universe episode.
On the crit fail, Psylocke beams in, but he's in Lieutenant Jones's body.
Say no more.
What?
Those transporter
Jumanji.
mishaps are so much better than the ones listed. All right, the away team will materialize on the surface. You will see that it is you all find yourselves in jungled terrain. However, as you look around, you see that none of your companions are nearby. You're not sure whether you are the only survivor of perhaps a mishap, or that the rest of your comrades or companions were transported elsewhere. Dallas. What is your immediate reaction?
That's an interesting question.
Oh, and roll a universe reaction roll for me.
Hold on.
GM kindly asks you to roll low.
Uh-huh. Yes, I don't give the GM what he wants in that regard. Reaction. Well, there. Fine. I'll comply.
Awesome. Your transport was less than ideal. As soon as you materialize, you feel that you are weightless and suddenly realize you are in free fall only moments before you hit the canopy of the jungle below and go crashing through the trees, landing hard on the planet or the jungle floor. You have landed awkwardly and have twisted your ankle.
I reduced my fall distance by 5 yards.
Doesn't matter. You still twist your ankle.
Damn it!
You can still walk and such, but there is a degree of pain involved.
Well,
if you
packed and ready, so
if you have a medical kit
myself.
or you can find the doctor, you believe that you might be able to fix this.
We are perfectly capable of seeing to our own first aid needs. Thank you very much. We don't all need the doctor. Starfleet officers, damn it. Yeah.
All right, roll first aid.
I'm going to do that and do it well.
Okay, so have you added the weight of a medical kit to your loadout in case it becomes relevant later? In any case...
That makes me think it's going to become relevant later.
In any case, you sit
DR,
there
by the way,
and operate the medical duvulaki and will fix your twisted ankle. You can now walk without pain and without a limp. However, you still realize that you are alone. What is your first order of business? Oh, wait. My bad. Give me a universe reaction roll at -2.
I already did one of those.
Another one.
Now we're crit hunting. That's interesting. First aid kit. Oh, wait. You had a problem with the items, didn't you? They didn't have weight.
Oh, okay. Then never mind.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I'll fix that later. So
universe -2.
He crashes through the canopy. He twists his ankle on landing. He fixes his ankle.
Well, he might not fix his ankle. This universe reaction roll is to see if your equipment is functioning.
Oh. Did I not? No. I don't know why I thought.
So we might have to retcon your fixing of ankles.
Well. Damn it. this was going the other way. And that's not necessarily an electronic device.
Wow. I step away to use the bathroom. I come back and apparently you have fallen to your death.
This is just a first aid kit. This is not a medical tricorder.
So you
Okay,
fell
so
on the
you
first
don't
aid
fix your ankle. Give me
It's not.
a health roll. Not health roll. The D6 plus 1 hit points recovered. If it's a lot, if it's like over 3, then we'll say you fix the twisted ankle.
There.
Okay.
Huh.
You fix the twisted ankle. Give me a health roll. You can include fit. This will indicate whether it's an entirely painless fix. It is in fact an entirely painless fix.
We're doing this again. We're getting out all the good rolls at the beginning, and it's going to screw us over at the end.
All right, so carry on. What is your first order of business, realizing that you are alone after you've fixed your ankle?
Survival procedures. Attempt to make contact and realize that that's not going to work.
Your communicator is inoperable, as is your tricorder. You will turn on the tricorder. Its lights will blink for a moment, and then it goes dark. You'll turn it on again. It'll last a little bit longer this time, then it'll go dark. And you suspect that it's related to these EM pulses that you were scanning from the Lexington.
Seems reasonable. All right, get to high ground, survey, triangulate.
That's super important when you're fighting Sith Lords, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Psylocke. Give me a universe reaction roll to see how the transport was for you.
Lordy, lordy. Okay. That is under main, right? Main reaction.
You can also you can add 2 to this roll.
Okay. I'm rolling and we'll add 2. So 13 plus 2 is a 15.
All right, your transport is good. You have no problems except that you are on your own. Give me a second. Actually, no. No need for a second roll. What is your first order of business, realizing that you are on your own?
What's my standard operating procedure? I will probably communicate back with the ship and say I'm here. Where's everybody else? Can they track them?
You will flick open your communicator. It'll chirp momentarily and then goes dark.
Is there any immediate threats or people or anything around me? Like, what's my surroundings?
You are in jungle.
Okay. Depending on how much time I have, he'll do a scan of the area.
Your scanner will turn on for a moment. It'll beep and whir for a second, but before you get a scan result, it goes dark. And you can assume that this is consistent with what Commander Dallas reported about EM pulses on the surface of the planet.
Okay, what is logically, what would he think happened? What's the most common transporter incident related to EM pulses? You know,
Well, the transporter results
target.
can be wildly off. Dallas did give you a 90% chance of safe transport,
So his math is wrong.
which would suggest that you weren't turned inside out, so you are likely just off target.
okay, so he will. I'm assuming that we would have already looked at maps and kind of had the lay of the land. He doesn't have like navigation or anything like that, but he's gonna basically go to the rendezvous point. That's gonna be. I'm sure that would have been the.
Well, you're not sure where
orders.
the rendezvous point is.
Major landmarks, constellations, the sun, position of the sun. I don't know. Nothing.
Navigation.
Right, so you will attempt to get your bearings. Do you have navigation land?
No. But
You
I'm
can
gonna
roll
do a
on default.
Yes.
Dallas, can I get you to do a observation or perception roll since you wanted to get high ground?
Let's do that. Yep, we're going to keep doing this. All right. Made by 7.
Okay, I will deal with you shortly.
Ooh, that's not ominous sounding at all.
He's sending his apprentice to deal with us.
To take care of you.
Says
Your default roll.
I'm trying to see what it is. It says special, so I'm reading all the stuff on it.
I think it'll be
IQ minus 5.
Yep, sounds
or
right.
mathematics minus 4. Surveying. Okay, so minus 5.
You can do it.
Let me just punch it in here real quick. So I'll have it. Let's see if it worked. So I'm at 10. Ha! Success by 4.
See? I told you could do it.
All right. Well, you have some idea of your position.
Can I use a point now, or do I have to wait till next game session for?
You have to wait till next session.
Okay.
Just remember that you're intending to spend some points.
All right.
Okay. Dr. Jones, could you give me a universe reaction roll, please?
We run out yet?
Okay. Neutral.
Okay. Dr. Jones, you do not have anything as extreme as that of Dallas, but you do find that you have materialized into a very tight space between 2 rock formations.
Is one of them actually just a hard place?
Yes. A successful Dex or escape roll, if you have the skill, will free you from your predicament.
Let me see what she's got.
I'm totally gonna make a smart ass comment that erotic art could work too.
That would be a no. Failure by 3.
All right. Well, you find yourself fairly securely wedged between these rocks. You're not able to quite see what's got your leg trapped, but you're unable to free it at this point.
Probably thinking, damn lucky she didn't materialize inside the rock.
As for Red Shirt and Ash, we will we'll leave them unknown.
One of them got poor.
Okay, I know what happened to him.
He materialized
Gotta
inside
help
the rock. Or so? Am I correct in because I was briefly AFK? Am I correct in presuming Dallas? How did you materialize in?
20 feet in the air.
Right.
Oh,
Okay. So
it's only 20 feet.
So that red shirt totally did the same, except it was 20 kilometers.
I was going to say that one of them that failed, when Dr. Jones finally can see what has snagged her foot and why she can't move it, it's because one of their arms is sticking out of the rock, holding onto her ankle. And we're now in a horror show.
Let's do another roll for unnamed Red Shirt. Yeah, he's all right. Actually, I will roll just in case. Okay, he's not so all right. Just for reference, Red Shirt, he was transported and appeared in front of a herd of local beasts.
Oh no! Oh man, that's rough.
When he materialized, they were startled, and he got trampled and jostled about a bit. As for Red Shirt Ash, he beamed into a patch of poisonous vegetation. He failed his health roll.
Now he looks like Evil Ash.
He is being affected by the poison spores.
Are they going to drive him mad?
He's going to start talking about Necronomicon and boomsticks and stuff like that. All of you will realize that your electronic equipment is less than functional or unreliable. It seems to work for a moment when you turn it on, but then something happens that fizzles it out. Since Dr. Jones, your predicament is probably the most serious of everyone. What are you doing since you're trapped?
All right. So basically something's like got hold of her leg or like caught her foot or what?
You can't quite see, but you assume that because you got wedged between two rock formations, your leg is trapped by these rocks.
Okay.
You could probably try and strength your way out of it, but that might cause some injury. as a result.
I think like just reflexes and stuff, she will like try to like free herself. She's not very strong, but
I will give repeated attempts on Dex to get out, except each repeated attempt is -2.
okay. So she'll definitely at least give it one good try on Dex, so -2 with this one, or it starts next time?
No, -2 because you've already attempted once.
Success by 0.
Nice. After some minutes of sort of twisting and contorting yourself as best you can, you will feel your leg come free and you are able to climb free from these rock formations. Other than some minor scratches and bruises, you are uninjured.
All right. So first things first, she'll do the communicator bit. Try to get in touch with somebody.
It'll chirp and then cut out before you can get a message out. Or you start speaking, but then it just cuts out.
Okay. And then she'll try the tricorder, which I'm assuming
Same
does the
effect.
thing.
And again, you were briefed by Dallas, so you know that this is consistent with EM pulses on the planet's surface.
All right. So around her is just rock, or is it trees just with like surrounding with like the rock formations there?
You are in jungle, and you just happen to be stuck between two bits of rock formation under this jungle canopy.
All right. So she'll just kind of like mutter to herself.
You're pretty sure you heard somewhere to the west of you the sound of what sounded like cattle running or stampeding.
Mm-hmm. All right. So she'll strike out in that direction. So since it sounds like cattle, maybe there's people.
Cowboy episode.
Yeehaw.
All right. You don't have to walk too far before you hear the groans of unnamed red shirt. He is on the ground.
Needs a name.
Well, what do you want to call this red shirt?
Let's see.
I wonder if there's a red shirt name generator.
It's just a regular name generator.
Yeah, they don't have names. That's why they're red shirts. If they have names,
No,
they're mauve shirts.
No, that's not true. It can be like, ensign so and so, go forth and do this, and he goes over and gets eaten by the salt monster.
What's the
They don't
line
have-
What's
they
the
don't
line
have
in
more
Galaxy
than,
Quest? The
Let's
guy.
get out of here before they eat Guy.
That was his. I think that was his line. They didn't give him a name. He was just called Guy. It was something like that.
No, that was his actual
like
name.
Security something or other number 2 or something like that.
Okay, so this guy is security number 2, unless you give him a name. If you have a name, shout it out. Otherwise, Doctor, you will find security officer number 2 on the ground. It appears that he has been trampled or has injuries consistent with being trampled.
Right. So no tricorder, so she'll go kneel down and say, I'm here. Let me check you out. And she'll do things, I guess, the old-fashioned way, if she even knows how to do that.
Of course you do. You're
I'm sure
a
she
healer.
does.
You can do it with stone knives and bear skins.
Doctor, I'm finding it a little hard to breathe. I don't know, I think I might have broken a rib or something like that.
And she sees, his right side of his chest has been crushed.
She'll be like, all right, you just keep talking to me. And she'll do the evaluation.
All right, so you can give me a physician roll. This will represent your diagnosis and your treatment.
Success by 8.
While none of your fancy electronic devices work, you are able to feel around his rib area, and
Push it.
you will feel that a couple of his ribs have been dislocated. You don't think they're broken, but they're definitely not where they should be. As you're feeling around, the security officer number 2 gets, geez, that really hurts.
So she would know, like, if it's okay to use like the hypo, because that would be an electronic device, right? It probably would not work.
Well, no, you can still administer drugs and stuff like that, and you can do an adjustment to reset the ribs. He's going to be in pain until he gets morphinized.
Okay,
but you can roll a d6
really
plus
hard in
1.
the face.
I've given him an arbitrary 4 points of damage. You can roll a d6 plus 1 of medical attentions. Wow.
right. So it gets all his health back.
He'll get all
And
his health back, but he'll be hurting.
Yep. So she'll do she'll do like a pain hypo to try to ease his pain while she's resetting his ribs. So hopefully that brings some relief.
It does, but it's not sufficient enough that he doesn't let out a scream. Can I get a hearing-based perception roll from Dallas and Psylocke, please?
Why not? I hear something.
I think I have.
Should have acute hearing.
Yeah, I think I have something with hearing. Acute hearing 1.
It's those lovely ears of ours.
All right, so. All right. Oof, horrible. Success by 0.
All right, Dallas, you will hear a scream carried by the wind somewhere to the northwest of you.
That's what I'm looking for. That sounded like a red shirt. I will attempt to triangulate.
You do realize Psylocke is a red shirt, right?
Yeah, that's true.
His shirt's kind of reddish.
I don't think his scream would be quite so girlish, though.
Just a query: does any of your characters understand Denobulan?
Why would we need to know that?
I'm just curious.
Dr. Jones does not.
I'll assume the others do not. Which means, fortunately, red shirt security officer number 2
Is Denobulan?
is Denobulan. All right, so Dallas, I guess, do you have navigation? If you do, make a roll on navigation.
Do I need a navigation? I just heard a noise.
You heard a noise. This will represent how long you spend searching for said noise.
Giving
Giving you an opportunity to roll skills if you...
Ah, crap, I have navigation space. What was the default?
Think of other navigation -2.
Air, land, and sea at -2. Space and hyperspace -5. No, that one does not default.
All right, so IQ -5.
Standby. That's abilities. Land. And 0 points. No, I was thinking about using my racial memory thingy on this, but no, I don't believe so. Here we go. Well, I have not spent any more time than I intended.
Well, you managed to climb down from your vantage point where you were looking out and head in the exact direction that you need to meet up with Dr. Jones and security officer number 2.
Ah, I see you had a bad landing as well.
Bit of a run-in with some of the local wildlife. So I've had better days.
Well,
Doctors seems to have patched me up all right, though.
And is Dallas still limping?
He's probably. I would assume he's showing signs of having injured himself somehow, but patched it up.
All right, so
she'll look at his
clock it.
She'll look at his leg, and he'll just say, "I got it."
And she'll roll her eyes and say, "Just relax a minute. I'll get right to you." She basically ignores him.
Okay, Psylocke. For you, in the distance to the southeast of you, you can hear the sounds of voices calling to each other. You do not understand the language, but the language is familiar, and it seems to have words and the cadence of Denobulan. From your position, it sounds like these voices continue to get closer to you. What are you doing?
Well, I am going. So they're coming in my direction. So I am going to try to find a vantage point to be stealthy and observe.
All right, give me a stealth roll.
It says that it defaults to IQ -5 or Dex -5. Does that depend on like the campaign, or can I just use it?
I guess it depends on how you're going about your stealth. If it's Dex,
No, it's just whichever one's better. It doesn't matter.
So if you're using Dex, you're doing the whole tiptoe thing. If you're using IQ, you're probably utilizing trees and being very careful where you're putting your footing.
Okay. So it looks like I might
whichever's
have a
better.
+3 for, it says if I'm in an area with lots of hiding places, so if I'm in a jungle, maybe.
Okay, roll.
Is that right? Anyways, I'm rolling default stealth, which is not very good. And I rolled a 10, success by 3, assuming that I was getting the +3 for the terrain.
Yeah, stealth
Okay.
is always opposed, so no matter how bad you do, they could do worse.
Success by 3. And I'm just going to observe them. I'll have my phaser at the ready.
Even though he knows it doesn't work?
Oh, does it? It's not working either? Or would he would know that, I suppose.
He's a smart fellow. He probably would have figured that out.
Okay. Well, he's got his Vulcan hand-to-hand combat ready.
Sus mana.
Take the hands off safety.
From your vantage point, you will see what you imagine is natives of this world. They are heading your way in no... they're not going about it rapidly or anything like that. But they seem to be collecting fruits and berries as they casually, go through this jungle region. What do you do? It does not appear. It does not appear that they have seen you.
So from my briefing of the planet, etc., these are the natives. They're not.
There was no report of an indigenous population.
Yeah, and with the Prime Directive, would probably try to stay out of sight to avoid contamination, presuming in the event they turn out to be a non-warp capable species.
Okay. And they just appear to be...
They look like they're gathering fruits and what you imagine is probably firewood.
Okay. So, I will let them pass and continue towards where I believe our rendezvous point should have been.
All right. So you will let them pass and not follow?
I'm not getting any alarm bells like from what you're describing. I don't know if I have a reason to suspect anything. And like Rigel says, Prime Directive and all that. At this point, I'm just trying to gather or rendezvous with the team. I'm assuming that's our SOP.
Is he the one that doesn't have curious?
Do I have curious? Huh?
I think he is.
No, he
I
doesn't
don't have curious.
Yeah.
I have chummy, so I'm feeling kind of lonely. I want to be near my buddies.
That is really, really amusing. That's really ironic that the Vulcan has chummy, because they're like historically a very standoffish society.
He's been infected by the Federation. He's been with the Federation too long. Okay, so you will let them pass, and you're waiting for them to get far enough away that you can continue towards a rendezvous point. When you will hear the screams and sounds of someone running, you will spin around and you will see that these locals will become suddenly alert and alarmed at the sight of Ash running out of the sort of underbrush, screaming, looking back over his shoulder. He runs sort of into these people, and he is being chased by a creature.
Well, so much for instilling in them a sense of awe. Yeah, I'd be running away from that too. The giant
They're
evil
super
rat.
friendly.
It just wants to be a pet. Maybe have its tummy rubbed.
It is definitely an ROUS. And Ash looks like he's maybe drunk or something like that, as his running is...
Oh, right. I forgot he was poisoned.
Correct. As his running is a little awkward. You almost suspect that he's like intoxicated by the way that he sort of runs and trips and...
Did we ever figure out what department he belonged to?
Security.
Security?
He will trip. He will point his phaser at this thing and frantically pull the trigger, realizing it's not working. And then he sort of clambers up onto his feet again, trying to get away from this creature which is almost upon him. Psylocke, do you do anything? Let me do this.
Okay. Well, prime directive be damned. I can't let one of my crew die.
Uh-oh.
Man.
This seems bad.
Look at those ominous hexes on the ground.
You
I like the
delusional.
map. It's got a nice color and detail.
I do.
Contrast.
Yeah, I agree. That is a really good map.
Totally AI generated that one.
Wow. I bet if I zoomed in and looked at the leaves, I'd go, okay, yeah.
Uh-huh.
What size did you say that creature was?
It's an
Unusual
ROUS.
size.
What does that mean?
Have you not seen Princess Bride?
No.
What the hell's wrong with you?
I don't
Oh
know
my
if I can
God.
call you my friend now.
You have an assignment now.
It's an
I know there's,
absolute
like-
classic.
I've seen parts of it. I haven't seen the whole thing. But
Well, you
probably
obviously
gonna be
haven't
medium.
seen the fire swamp scene then.
Or not medium.
no.
Size mod 0.
Let me drop these on the map.
So it's my action here where I get to do something. Let me think. Yeah. How far away am I? I don't have any bows and arrows. I do have mind control magic.
Okay, we need a proper ash. We're gonna keep using him. He gets a
Unfeasible.
face.
Photographic lightning calculator. Also sense of duty.
If you can find a picture of Ash, I can add his token fairly quickly. However, I'll do this.
I know. Let me pull up the rules for Gizmo real quick. I've got Gizmo. Can I pull out like a shiv? I had it just in case.
Ironically, that's why I picked up that SOP perk. And sadly, I'm not there.
Let's see.
All right, that's the scene, with the exception of the Doctor, Dallas, and Security Officer number 2. You are not there. All right, let me add this Ash quickly. While I do this, what are you doing?
Well, I'll have the question for my advantage. An item that I own but didn't state I was carrying, an item that I probably own based on my character, or something that's inexpensive and widely available. Those are my options for a Gizmo. So
Oh.
I'm wondering, would he have had some sort of Swiss Army knife, version of an
Multi-tool.
item? The other multi-tool that can maybe function as a small knife or something like that.
I don't think it's a roll. I think it's automatic for Gizmo.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
So you
It
do
just says
have
GM.
you do have a multi-tool.
Yeah.
If that's what
that I can
you're
use.
looking for, you have a multi-tool.
Yeah, something that I can use as a stabby device is what I'm thinking. So then if that's the case, let me look at the map. How far away am I? I am.
There we go.
Where am I? Okay, I'm over there. 9 yards. Well, what am I doing? Is it in character concept for Vulcans to run? Probably not maniacally, but
Sure, they just do it very sternly.
He'll be like, Sergeant or whatever, Ash, crewman Ash. The crewman Ash behave. He'll, whatever he can say in 1 second, like behave yourself as a Federation representative, because he's running like a little wussy.
Conduct yourself.
Conduct yourself appropriate to your station as he charges the loat call. That's my action.
Okay. Move yourself. If you're going to do a move, then feel free to move yourself.
Okay. Let's see. My move is a 6 with no encumbrance. I'm assuming I'm at no encumbrance. I don't really have a lot of gear on my character sheet.
Actually, since Lorian is not here, let's have him control Ash.
Yeah.
Did that share with you?
It did. These stats are wildly unbelievable for Ash. Damn. Need to yell at the security chief because our red shirts suck.
That's the basic template.
This is Ash. He shouldn't be a basic templater.
Well, he might get better. He started out as a basic templater.
He might not, because he's about to do something stupid.
Also, we're about to move out of the toss anyway, so it won't matter.
Oh, wait, it's going to eat him instead. Never mind.
All right, it will charge forward and attempt to bite at Ash's leg. That is successful. Ash, you may make an attempt at dodge. Ash is currently on his feet. And Ash's dodge will be at -1 penalty due to being poisoned.
Whew, success by
Holy
1.
cow.
Wow, there's no way to annotate expended stuff on
Not on those.
Let me see.
All right, expended a fatigue.
Thank you.
And you can't advance the tracker either.
I cannot. Oh, it's his turn.
Yes.
You stupid rat! Does he also have the -1 for attacks?
Yes, he's -1 on everything.
Yeah, go up there and get a telegraphic kick that, wow, success by 0.
Do damage.
I should have a +1 from those Starfleet boots because you've seen those Starfleet boots. They're actual boots.
Go for it.
Woot!
Holy cow.
5 points. Let's see if it matters. Wow, he kicked him in the digestive tract.
That's no extra effects.
No, but it's going to be tough for him to digest me later.
But it does shake off the effects of the major wound. Nice ass kicking, Ash.
Stupid ugly rat.
All right, the older of the two children hides behind. Actually, no, doesn't hide. We'll just move behind the large or the adult, just for some reference. This adult is quite tall, stands over 2 meters tall, or just over 2 meters tall. So I think that's what, getting around 7 foot.
Close.
The adult, she will drop her basket and reach around the back and produce a bow that was over her shoulder. It is just a short bow. The youngest child the youngest child will run behind the adult and grab hold of the adult's leg. Can I get a hearing-based perception roll from Dallas Dr. Jones as to see if you can hear the sound of Ash screaming out as he booted this thing?
Oh, sorry, not for me.
Wow.
That's a shame.
I'm sure I heard him.
I also rolled for our Denobulan guy, but he failed.
All right, Dallas. You hear some
Another
distance
red shirt.
away the sound
He
of
totally
Ash. What was it that Ash said?
You stupid rat!
You will hear carried on the wind, you stupid rat, in that direction.
Maybe in a cracking noise.
Was number 2 there fit to move, or is he still
He's fit to move.
hampered?
Psylocke will do.
He's going to be hurting, but he's fit to move.
Move and a heroic charge, I guess you call it. Move and attack for 1 fatigue. My default skill is going to be an 8. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. Or fatigue, I mean, FP. Okay, so rolling for, I guess, a thrust?
Right, Shiv.
I put like a small knife. I put it under a small knife, but
Yeah.
Small knife will work.
Yeah, probably. Oh, yeah.
Fail by 6.
Whiff!
But yeah, thank you for moving me. So I run up to the thing and try to stab it, and I failed miserably.
All right, this creature, having just been booted and attacked.
Wait, was it my turn? Because I thought it beat at me that it was my turn.
It was your turn.
Oh, okay.
So you just had your turn. It will back off and growl aggressively at the pair of you.
Where do you think you're going, you stupid rat? Whiff. Missed that kick. Does that mean he fell down?
No, that's not a critical fail.
Right. Well, he failed by 5.
But he does need to make a dex roll or fall down.
Okay. You're talking about Psylocke, right?
No.
That's me.
Ash.
Because I was trying to kick.
Oh,
Yep,
on the kick.
I failed that by 2.
All right, so Ash is on the ground.
He's kind of drunk.
Just waiting. Readying a bow. Hiding. Psylocke.
Oh, that came back to me quick. So yeah, follow up with just a basic attack maneuver. And maybe shift my, step 1 over for positioning. I might be behind it. So if I hit, hopefully maybe it's at a -2. If I hit.
No. It's not a side hex.
And I rolled a 5, success by 3, so potential hit. But I'm behind it though. Well, either way.
2 hit, 2 damage.
Ooh, baby.
Ouch.
Well, you're going to do it. That's the way you want to do it.
Stabby, stabby.
My kick was better.
That is another major wound.
But I'm happy.
And I guess you can roll a d6 on a 1. It hits the vitals. Or you can roll on the table, the chest.
Yeah, let me find that real quick. Hit location. The chest. Nope.
I think these had high pain, yes. So, despite its injuries, this creature feels threatened by you and is desperate to attack. It's going to all-out attack twice at Psylocke, since you are the one that injured it. High pain negates shock, so these are at your legs. Both will hit. Psylocke, you need 2 defense rolls.
Okay. Well, he's gonna go for a dodge, retreating dodge with the special effort.
Okay, so you can both of your dodges, or if you're dodging both, will get the +3 for the retreat, but you can only use extra effort on one of them.
Oh, it's not for every success it evades an extra attack.
No,
that's only for ranged attacks, right?
Yep.
Okay, so +3 for the retreat, right?
Correct. And then +2 for extra effort if you're using it. And then Add fatigue.
+2. Oh, come on. I'm just gonna do +5. Easier. Okay. Dodge. Ready, set. This is the first one. Extra effort on that one. So dodge success by 7. And then I still get the +3, right? For the other one?
Yeah.
Okay, so dodge. Second dodge. Ooh, what is that? Ooh, success by
Barely.
0.
Nicely done. Red shirt Ash.
Is going to stagger drunkenly to his knees.
With the bow ready, she will now ready an arrow. Ash. The rest of the crew, or Dallas, you heard Ash screaming. What are you doing?
So Dallas is going to go toward the sound, and he is going to, before he does that, he's going to tell Lieutenant Jones and the red shirt to follow as they can, and hopefully that sound wasn't super distant.
It wasn't super distant.
So I imagine it'll take some time to get there.
All right, Psylocke.
All right, back to me again. That was really quick. So I have the RSU's attention.
Well, it attacked you that time. So,
So
actually, don't move.
It followed me. Okay.
It's actually in that hex.
Let me do a telegraphic.
Okay.
Thrust. Success by 1.
Do your damage. It gets no defense.
Oh, good.
That was good timing then.
2 impaling. Am I noticing any sort of like?
Oh, you are injuring it, yes.
Resistance? Okay.
You can roll on the chest.
Roll at the chest. Oh, I had the table up and I closed it. Damn it. Oh no, I had it right here. No, I closed it. Sorry.
Yeah, that's when you stick in your quick keys bar.
I thought
you're always having to look for it.
I thought I put it there, but I guess not. There we go. Chest. 3. No extra effect.
It is growling at you, Psylocke. It looks like it's prepared to attack, but then you can see it sort of stumbles on its feet and then sort of drops and closes its eyes with a whew.
Oh, it's seriously injured. I wasn't even looking at that.
Well, you stabbed it twice, and I kicked it really hard.
All right, so this combat is over. You now find yourselves in this jungle area. There is 3 indigenous life forms off to the side there. One of them has a bow sort of aimed and pointed in your direction. After the creature expires, you will see the adult lower the bow. It is no longer aimed in your direction.
And Ash drunkenly kicks the expired rat thing. That's what you get for chasing me. I dropped my damn tricorder.
Ash again tries to use his phaser to put in a killing blow, but it just fizzles.
Oh, hey, Commander. How you doing?
Psylocke
Group is
gives an
assembled.
admonishing. I don't know what his rank would be, lieutenant, if he's an officer or not, but
Yeah, I have no idea what Red Shirt Ash's rank is.
but I'd be like,
He's
get yourself together, man. We will have words when we're back on the ship about your
I think he's an
behavior
ensign.
and apparent
I
drunkenness.
beamed into look, and he's gonna extend his arm and show the hideous religious, not religious. What's the damn word?
The welts
The
from poison.
welts and allergic. Why was I thinking religious? That's weird. Allergic reaction.
Okay.
Like, look what those plants did to me, man.
All right. So Dr. Jones, when she gets there, she'll try to triage that as well as take another look at Dallas's injury.
Oh, hey, Doc. How you doing?
What rank is he?
Apparently an
Ensign.
ensign.
He's an ensign. Okay.
He doesn't actually have to be an ensign, so that particular breakdown, it lists a bunch of them as ensign, but it also says that is not 100% accurate.
Okay, so he's whatever rank a red shirt would be, basic red shirt, based off the template. I think the template says they're an ensign, but whatever, doesn't matter. We can establish his rank later.
Yes, she'll just say like, "It's good to see you too, ensign. Don't do or say anything that you are going to regret tomorrow." And she'll take a look at the welts.
I never regret anything.
The indigenous life form standing off the side with a bow, no longer at the ready, but still in hand, will say in Denobulan, or a dialect of Denobulan, "Who are you?"
Dallas may have identified it as such.
You will have identified it as such. And security officer number 2 says, "Sir, I think that's Denobulan. I can kind of understand her. She wants to know who we are."
That's good, because this universal translator isn't working. Can you respond?
What do you want me to say?
Wonder what's the protocol here?
Well, you have an obvious first contact
Come in peace,
situation,
shoot to kill.
but contact has been made.
Yeah, if accidental contact is made, I assume you don't want to reveal too much, even at this point.
We come from France.
But yeah, I don't know what the actual procedure is there. So we'll identify ourselves as something procedurally appropriate.
We probably have a cover story, maybe like a distant village or some crap like that.
Well, I think under normal circumstances we would, but in this particular case, we weren't necessarily expecting other sapients here.
Surprising to you, however, she does not seem to be alarmed at your presence. You obviously look different or dress different. You are not as tall, or perhaps Psylocke is, because Vulcans tend to be taller than humans, I believe.
Not really. Realistically, they should be shorter, simply because of the higher gravity.
She gestures to herself and says, I am... what was her name? Nasiri. This here is Zuri, my daughter Zuri, and this is Sheola. Red shirt or security officer number 2. He will translate. So that's their names. She then says, "Where have you ventured from?" Are you an off-worlder?
Well, that makes
Red
it
shirt
easier.
says, she's asking where we're from, and she seems to think we might be off-worlders.
Well, if she already wonders if we're off-worlders, that means saying that we are is not going to interfere with their natural development. So, please answer in the affirmative, if you would, please.
And he will. She will walk over to Ash and see that Ash is all messed up. And she'll speak to security officer number 2 and say, "If you come to our village, we have medicine that will help him."
What are you saying? Look, you see the little guys?
They're right there, right? Yeah. You're trying to put that right there.
Is she
Open
gonna
mic.
play
Like
now?
you're trying to put it in front of it.
Sorry.
Ugh.
Sorry.
Yeah, Dallas is gonna look at Jones and say, "You want to see what their medicine looks like?"
Oh, absolutely. Was
And
because I did say that she was going to take a look at the welts on Ash's arms. Was she able to medicine up any kind of understanding about it?
Without a
Just looking
tricorder,
at it.
all you're able to ascertain is that he's having a reaction to something. And by the looks of the welts that are forming on his arms and face and whatever, it appears that he may have had a brush with some noxious plants. And he will confirm that. He transported into some plants that stung him. I will show you one image before we jump back to Lexington. I assume that you are going to the village?
Dr. Jones would like to.
actually, just occurred to me that Psylocke, being 3IC normally, is probably in charge of this away party. So, assuming Psylocke says, "Okay, we'll go."
she will pick up the fruits and stuff that she's collected. She'll shoulder her bow again, and you all head off, and you will come to their village, which looks like so. All right. On board the Lexington, Lorien and the Admiral, you are on the bridge, I guess ready to head into the ready room to discuss. It is about this. Yep, that's fine. We won't be jumping to you within that time. So go have your AFK. Whoever is currently on the scanners will say a ship has just come out of warp into the system.
All right. Lorien will look to whoever is manning the science station and
that
ask.
That would be the assistant science officer.
Right. And say, do we have an identification?
Yes, sir. It is the NCC 505. It's the USS Wilcox, sir.
You bet that shuttle didn't leave with permission.
Yep.
Admiral Banna will say on screen.
All right. Well, Lorian's going to look at her with that upraised eyebrow because she just came from the Walcott, did she not?
No, she came from the Calico.
Right.
In a Walcott shuttle.
Right. Then he may comment, it's like, it would appear they wish their shuttle back. I really should have picked up like body language or something. Oh well.
I think there is a default. Do you have is it psychology for body language?
I ain't gonna have that. I was a Marine, remember? I'm good at eating crayons.
The Admiral, she does have a fairly cool exterior, but you can't read her body language. And the comms will come to life, and you'll have greetings, Lexington. This is Captain Skarzen of the USS Walcott here. We are looking for Admiral Banna Stoker. We are fairly sure she was last in this area. It seems there's some confusion. She apparently disabled the warp drive on the Calico after we left her with them. And they say she stole a shuttlecraft too. We were called back to the Calico, and we tracked the Admiral to a point that seemed to rendezvous with you. Do you have her on board? The Admiral will say, do not Do not answer that.
And in response, Lorian is going to hit the button on the captain's chair that opens up a channel and say, "Security to the bridge." Then he's going to look at her and say, "I believe you have some explanations, Admiral."
She will walk close to Lorian and speak so as not to embarrass you in front of the crew. She says, "I will remind you that I am a Starfleet Admiral. Any objections to my orders will be considered mutiny and will be an end to your career."
Admiral, on the contrary, Admiral, you are not in my chain of command and you are attempting to assume control. That is piracy.
Well, she kind of is still an admiral.
No, she's not. Admiral. Okay, so that's
and she has been giving you your missions. So maybe.
If you committed sabotage, as they are indicating, that is a crime, and you will pay for it. Communications, open hailing frequencies.
She will turn to the communications officer. Belay that order.
Security's going to come in there. I'm going to have to go, "Security, take her into custody." Good times.
Okay. The the communications officer will be staring, sort of unable to make a decision.
Lorian will take a step over there and push the button that opens hailing frequencies. Say, "Walcott, this is Lexington. Looking at the Admiral now. I require an explanation."
I would say the captain of the ship is like God on the ship, even if the Admiral is outside the chain of command, or it's higher ranking. It's still our ship. That's my opinion.
Until she signs for that ship.
She will say immediately continue after Lorian. She will say, "Walcott, this is Admiral Stoker. You are interfering in a highly sensitive and classified mission. Leave this area immediately. Go back to the Calico and await further instructions." There is a long pause and silence, and then the Captain Skarsgård will speak. "I'm afraid I cannot do that, Admiral. We have been ordered by Starfleet to bring you in. And also, we've got your companion on board." At this point, Stoker will turn to the crew, and you can see there's a look of mild panic sort of across her normally serene face. And she commands, "Beam Alessandra Pruitt from the Woolcock, then disable the ship. I am inputting Pruitt's patent into the ship's computer so you can find her. Do it as quickly as possible."
And Lorian is absolutely going to go, "Belay that. Security, take her into custody."
Okay, so we're going to have a contest of leaderships, as you have a crew that are unsure what to do because, mutiny is a punishable offense, will result in court-martial and stuff.
Yeah, and so is opening fire on a fellow Starfleet vessel.
So we will have a contest of leaderships. You will have the loyalty of the crew, so you have a +4 to your leadership.
Technically, it's not mutiny. They're not disobeying the captain.
Only by 7. That could have been a lot better.
Do you have luck? Or can you pull any other bonuses?
They don't know her.
Well, that's why Lorraine gets a +4 loyalty thing. Let's just check if the loyalty is +4. It might actually be +5.
Yeah, because it's like what I'm looking at is all of the bonuses that I would get would be the same sort of thing as her. Well,
what did you account for? Yeah, I was going to say they're going to know that.
I was thinking of the sense of duty and the social regard and stuff like that. But honesty, yeah, you must obey the law, do your best to get others to follow it, and
there were no PCs on the bridge.
Reactions, or +3 if a question of trust or honor is involved. This is essentially a free reputation. Oh. So if that applies, then that is at the very least tied. If it's just no, wait, that's non-combat reaction rolls. That's not a reaction roll, but it's a +3. No, those are reaction rolls. So I don't think that would apply.
Okay, so the modifiers for leadership are +5 if their loyalty to you is good, +10 if it's very good.
So at the very least, we're even. Where both of us would be by 8. Although we have reputation, what does reputation add to? That just adds to reaction rolls, right?
Well, reputation is reputation. It applies. As long as they know about it.
Yeah, because looking at the honesty thing, that specifically states this is essentially a free reputation. So it's +1 on any non-combat, or a +3 if a question of trust/honor is involved. And then I
reaction bonuses apply to influence attempts, and that's what this is.
Okay.
All your personal reaction modifiers.
She will
cut to commercial.
Okay. She will go to the internal intercom.
No, she's not. I'm not letting her take over this ship. That is piracy.
So you will attempt to block her?
Yeah, and I will demand to know what she is attempting to do that is so in violation of Starfleet decorum and protocol.
She will try to push past you.
Discover I have an 18 strength.
All right, so you are going to attempt to block her.
You will desist this and explain yourself, Admiral.
Please give me a contest of dex.
I'm not super great at dex. Oop, failed that one. But
she also failed.
But she failed by less.
What were you doing?
Attempting to, I have no idea. He said contest the decks. Don't want her to
to obstruct her. She will manage to push past you. The crew at the moment is stunned into indecision. The Admiral will push past you and hit the button for the intercom. And she will say, transporter room. Beam Calisandra Pruitt on board. Beam her direct to the bridge.
This is Commander Lorien. Belay that order.
She will give...
Take her into custody now.
At this point, the turbo lift will open and there will be a couple of security officers or red shirts there. They will immediately see that there's a bit of a power struggle going on between the commander and the Admiral. The Admiral will look to you, Lorien, and will say, in my ready room now.
It is not your ready room, Admiral. You are in violation of Starfleet Directive, blah, blah, blah. And he's going to start basically reading her the equivalent of the Miranda rights.
I know the Starfleet protocols.
Then
you want to know what's going on?
Them?
In the ready room, now. Does Lorien go?
No, he's going to have her escorted to the brig. She is in direct violation of all Starfleet protocols and such like that, and she will need to discuss this with her lawyer. And he's going to lock eyes with her and say, do not press me, Admiral.
She will say, you are all dealing with a Starfleet Admiral here. If you wish your career to continue within Starfleet, you need to obey my instructions now. And she turns to you, including you, Commander Lorien. And she turns to the security officers.
Take her into custody. Escort her to the brig.
And she will turn to the security officers and say, do not lay a finger on me, or you will find yourself in a Federation penal colony. Again, you have the Starfleet or the security officers sort of going, oh my god, what do we do? Can I get another contest of leadership, please? You get the same +5.
That's crap by 4.
So the 2 security officers will sort of take a few steps and then sort of stop when she threatens them. And she says, Commander Lorien, you want to know what's going on? We are at an impasse here. We will not get any further. I will explain. And she gestures to the ready room.
I am reviewing my disadvantages at the moment.
You know, a couple of security officers that are going to get reprimanded.
Uh-huh. Let's see here. Right. He will gesture for her to proceed. He's going to point or look to the communications officer and instruct them to inform Wolcott of our present status. Continue, Admiral.
The Admiral will look to the communications officer and just give a nod.
God, I'm super tempted to pull out that frickin' phaser and just stun her in there.
Well, in his case, he could probably pick her up and carry her to the brig.
All right, so you enter the ready room. The door hisses shut, and you can see the frustration in her face. And then she will begin.
She turns into another person.
They called it a disease, a new affliction, nothing more. The doctors, Starfleet's best, prodded and tested, wrote their reports, and moved on. But I could not. I would not. I watched my son, my Averly, change before my eyes. They said it was schizophrenia, but I listened. I truly listened. And when I did, I heard more than delusions. His words fractured. Yes, they carried a pattern, whispers of prisons, of caretakers and planet movers, of cosmic forces too vast to name. Then I heard the same words from others, across Earth, across the stars, patients with no connection, speaking the same horrors. A new disease, the doctors said, dismissing it with clinical detachment. But I knew better. This was something else, something real. And then there was her, Casalandra Pruitt, a school teacher, quiet, unremarkable, until the day she walked into a restaurant and murdered everyone inside. Every single person. No warning, just cold, methodical slaughter. And when it was done, she simply sat and waited, not screaming, not weeping, waiting, smiling. They locked her away, called her a monster, a tragic case of advanced psychosis. But when I sat across from her, I did not see a raving lunatic. I saw a witness. She spoke of possession, of something beyond our understanding clawing its way into our world. And she promised me answers if I took her to a lifeless moon, deep, in a forgotten system. She knew something, and if she was right, then the truth was bigger, darker, and more terrifying than we had ever imagined. But someone does not want this truth uncovered. I have seen the signs, victims disappearing after I speak to them, records altered, evidence erased, doors slammed shut in my face. A conspiracy? No. A cover-up. One so deep, so insidious that even Starfleet may not be untouched. So, I took matters into my own hands. I have sent ships, brave crews, to search the void, to chase the echoes of a mystery no one else will acknowledge. I have slipped through the fingers of those who would silence me. They call me reckless. They call me rogue. Rogue? No. I am loyal to the truth, to my son, to the Federation I swore to protect. I will find the source of this affliction. I will uncover what lurks beyond the veil. And if I must stand alone against the abyss, so be it.
Okay, Lorian. Are you swayed by her her statement?
She made it worse. He has intolerance. One group, overly emotional or illogical behavior.
Dope.
So I don't know what the official Starfleet thing is. I mean, I'm presuming they have an equivalent, but he's going to listen to this stone-faced, and when she's done and clearly waiting, he's going to start doing the you have the right to remain silent. you have the right to an attorney, and just lay it out, because, hey, she just straight up admitted she's acting she's acting a rogue.
All right. She will sigh at this.
Well, crap, he's Vulcan, so yeah.
You'll hear the voice of your communications officer say, "Captain, come to the bridge."
He's in the next room.
Or she says, "Captain, you should probably come out here."
That's also really dumb, but it's Starfleet. Why is she wanting me out there?
Are you saying this over the comms?
No. He's going to probably tell her stand by, and then he's going to lock eyes again with the Admiral. Is like, are we going to have a further problem, or am I going to have to stun you?
She will say, "Commander, I have no intent to hurt you or anyone on your crew, but I feel you are making a grave mistake and putting the Federation in a great deal of danger. You've seen yourself what this alien tech is capable of.
And how many have died because of your actions?"
She will remain sort of tight-lipped and silent at that. She says, "If you recall, those 2 Starfleet officers who stole the shuttle and headed to 51 Pegasi, they killed people while under the influence of whatever this is. I hope you're making the right decision, Commander."
Be that as it may, you admitted you went rogue. That means you violated your Starfleet oath.
I do not know who I can trust in Starfleet. There is elements that are seeking to shut me down, actively shutting me down. People that I've spoken to have gone missing. My own records have been erased. Commander, this is an active attempt to cover up what I am discovering.
Right. Well, he's gonna not be swayed.
Okay. Do you head into the bridge?
I'm gonna step. Actually, I'm not even entirely sure there is actually a ready room on the Constitution class.
Hmm.
I'm just thinking that, and it's just like, I know there's like briefing rooms, but I don't know if there's actually a ready room.
That's the tactical map.
Yep, and the only
it would
entrance
have to be in the 10 direction, and
no, that's the turbo lift.
Because everything else is covered.
Yeah, I know the ready room was an invention in the TNG, and it has carried on into the other shows, including Enterprise.
It was in TOS as well, but it may not be off the bridge.
I don't think there was one in TOS. There was briefing rooms, but I don't.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. There was a briefing room, but I don't know if that's off the bridge or not.
Yeah, that's not on.
So,
that's not on.
Either way,
A deck.
Wherever that is, the briefing room is where she spoke to you. If you had to go through a turbo lift, you did. Are you returning to the bridge?
It was an awkward, long trip because there's going to be some security guys standing there and going, crap, 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 crap.
Yeah, after you left the bridge, the security guys breathed a sigh of relief and go, I do not want to have to deal with this today.
They're in the lift with me. If I have to go into the lift, it's like, they're coming with us. And yes, Giger was totally right. They're going to get seriously chewed out for not obeying instructions afterwards.
All right, so the security are outside the briefing room. Do you head to the bridge?
Not until she's secured in the brig. She is acknowledged having gone rogue, and I cannot trust her alone inside the ready room, briefing room, whatever.
All right, so you call in security. Security. I guess you tell security to take her to the bridge. The brig. Sorry.
Yes, that is correct.
They hesitate, and the Admiral sort of gives them a nod and says, "It's okay. I will come with you.
And if you violate this, I will come looking for you."
As she leaves, she will say, "Consider what I have said, Commander." And she will just sort of leave with the security.
Right. Well, he's going to go to the bridge and see what the heck's going on. And then find out that she's like ganked 2 of our security guys and gone rogue again.
Okay, standing on the bridge as the turbo lift doors open, you see this person. Standing near the front view screen.
You would be the mass murderer then.
You will cut scenes to the planet. Okay, those of you on the planet's surface will enter the village. Okay, here we go. The village is small. Did I share that? Yep. The village is small but thriving. A number of humanoid creatures move through the streets, chatting with each other and laughing. Some look like Nyseri and her daughters, while others are wildly divergent in their features. And antennae, extra appendages, diverse statures, a rainbow of skin colors, and countless other traits. The culture seems to be on the verge of industrial. There are no electronics or advanced inventions visible. Beasts of burden of endless varieties pull carts, and windmills turn on the edge of town to power machinery inside. Smoke emerging from some buildings hint at the burning of wood and possibly a coal-like substance. In the centre of town, people prepare food, throwing game and fowl over large cooking fires. Large metal vats boil vegetables. and fruit is peeled and prepared. It looks like the evening meal is a communal affair. In the exact centre of the town's central square, an obelisk of dark stone juts from the ground. It is covered with runes and carvings that look familiar to you. It is the same sort of technology you have seen on Bacchus 4 and elsewhere, but on a smaller scale.
Well, I would say that Dallas is probably going to be immediately attracted to the obelisk, and I would expect Jones to be as well.
Yeah.
You are welcome to roll curiosity or intentionally fail. Your choice.
Oh. Intentionally fail.
You don't have to roll it if you're not trying to resist.
Well, put it this way: a curiosity
we'll go,
roll is required, but you don't have to roll if you're not resisting.
So we'll look it over, make note of the features that are different or the same, potentially identify an entrance if there is one.
No, there's no
See,
apparent entrance into this obelisk. It is just that.
So the first one had the glyph that you touched. The second one had an opening already. Had a tunnel going into it, I guess.
Every now and then you will see the runes on the obelisk will glow and sort of pulsate. Give me an observation roll.
Right. I think I know where this is going. I was going to ask if the glyphs. I was going to ask this on the previous session if the apparent writing system of the people that we ran into there matched what was on the obelisks.
It is familiar, yes. Certainly has the same similarity. You do recognize some characters. While you don't know what the sigils and stuff mean, you do recognize them. All right, so you will, as you sort of observe, you will see the pulses and the lighting of the obelisk seems to coincide with what you assume is the EM pulses that are disabling your electrical equipment.
Dallas is going to use our number 2 translator to ascertain from the locals whether or not this pulse has any effect that, how do I phrase that? If we were to turn it off, is it going to bother them? The pulse, if the pulse suddenly stopped.
Security officer number 2 will convey your message, and Nasiri will reply. I do not know.
Are they dependent on it somehow?
This has always been here and has always acted as you see it. It does not. It does not. It is not connected to any of our machinery or anything like that. If that is what you ask. And Red Shirt will say, I don't think so, sir. She says it's always been here. And it's always done this.
Well, if we can find an entrance, maybe we can put it on standby or something. All right, well, let's have a look. I'll have the ensign alert me if somebody is telling me to, hey, stop touching that.
No one seems to pay you any mind as you sort of walk close to this thing. You're walking around it. You do not see any particular entrances. If there is an entrance to this, the inside, whatever is inside, is not going to be very large, and certainly not of the sort that you have encountered previously. However, you're not sure if it's something that you've done or it is purely coincidental.
Ruh-roh.
But there is...
You're going to blow up their planet.
There is the slightest hum and vibration as the obelisk sparks to life. A blue light travels up the stone, lighting the runes from the bottom to the top. None of the townsfolk seem concerned until one of the town elders collapses, moaning in obvious pain. Then another falls, a young boy standing next to his father. Then another falls. Soon, a dozen people are lying on the ground, writhing in pain.
Now look what you did.
Dallas is looking at the people who are not falling on the ground, writhing in pain, to see if they're looking at them like with blame in their eyes, or if they just look nonplussed.
They're not looking at you with blame, but they're certainly looking at the events that are taking place with, shock and horror.
Okay. Well, that's a start.
So Dr. Jones, of course, will run over to the nearest one and start trying to figure out what's going on. Like if there is any physical that's like visual, that she can tell what it is, like something affecting them, or if it's seriously just they're just rolling around on the ground screaming.
All right, give me a medicine roll. And I guess, Dallas, if you're going to sort of assist, you can roll science.
Wow. Success by 1.
Okay.
2 6s.
Actually, there might be something relating to the fields this thing generates that might be helpful in this case, so why the hell not? Rolling the thing, and that was a crappy roll that succeeded anyway. See, it's happening. It's happening. The dice are reversing on us.
Okay,
we got all our good rolls done first.
I will take that as a complementary skill roll or an assist to the medicine roll. You start looking at these victims that are on the ground, and they are in significant pain. As you're sort of treating one, you give them a hypodermic shot of some super pain or super science painkiller, but it seems to have little to no effect as they continue to scream and writhe. I will get a fright check from the both of you, and I guess we can get a fright check from Ash.
I do have one question. The people who are writhing on the ground, like you mentioned when we were there, that there were people who were like, I can't remember her name, the one who led us there, and then there were others who had antenna and other biological features,
Yes.
are the people writhing on the ground like of a certain
Mm.
biological?
No,
Do they have
there
all that?
doesn't seem to be any sort of consistency in their physiology.
What
Okay.
are we fighting?
I'll tell you if you succeed your fright check roll.
Success by 4.
By
So
0.
everyone succeeds. So you will see right before your eyes that those people that are writhing on the ground appear to be undergoing a very rapid genetic mutation. It's like their skin is bubbling, tumors will sort of form, then burst and then roll in on themselves and start growing hair, and an extra limb will begin to grow from the rib of one of these victims. It is quite frightful what you're looking at, and you've never seen anything of its sort.
Okie dokie.
As you watch this mutation, you're trying your best to help, but you will see that one of the children that is undergoing this extreme mutation will basically turn inside out and die right before your eyes. Then, as you look around, there will be another that will mutate, and the mutation is obviously extreme enough that biological function is not possible, and that person die. And then there will be another a little later. It becomes apparent to you that unless something can be done, the fate of these that are afflicted is probably terminal.
Well, I don't think we have to worry about them getting upset if we turn it off now. Time to start button pushing.
Do all of the people rolling around, all of them eventually pass, or is it just a few and some of them?
Well, this happens over a period of time, so it's not like seconds. We're talking, degrees of minutes. You're trying to do your best to help, but at this point, what you're doing seems to be ineffective. You're cursing the fact that your tricorder isn't working, and you're not exactly sure what to do. So this is over minutes, and it appears that if nothing is done for them, they will all die. And it's not, as this is sort of occurring, there are more that seem to fall victim to whatever is going on. The obelisk is, however, pulsating more rapidly than it was before.
Yeah.
So we need to get this thing turned off.
Time to blow up the planet.
Mm-hmm. Because that's absolutely what's going to happen. Happens every friggin' time.
Yeah, you're going to be 3-3.
Yeah,
you will start looking around this obelisk. You start touching stuff. Nothing seems to happen. Nyseri will walk up to Dallas and try and get your attention. She will be saying something. You do not comprehend what it is, but she'll gesture to the obelisk and then point in a direction out of the village.
Gotcha. He's gonna.
What is
going to attempt.
What is Red Shirt Ash doing?
Looking around in a panic.
All right, so sorry to interrupt. What's Dallas doing?
He is going to attempt to communicate to her to show him.
Psylocke. Is there anything that Psylocke is particularly doing? He is callous, so he's probably doesn't have a great deal of empathy for the suffering of those around. So whatever he's doing, he's probably going to be cool and collected, if not a little harsh.
He may not do it for like personal reasons. He may not want to help necessarily because he care. Like you said, he's callous. But I don't know enough about Federation and Starfleet. Like, are they supposed to try to help other races if they
we're
can?
the good guys.
Yeah. So he may just.
There's nothing stopping you from helping. You just don't feel empathy for what's going on.
I get it. Yep. Yeah. He doesn't care. I'm just trying to explain my thoughts. He's gonna want to help because that's part of the job, but not necessarily because, like you said, he feels for them. But I'm not sure what I could do because I'm an engineer. I'm a scientist.
Do you have first aid?
No.
I'll hold that thought.
So unless I can help in some. Sorry.
In the event that. In the event that Dallas is successful at communicating, he is going to call back to Psylocke and say, "Come on."
All right, so Nyseri will, she'll be able to sort of figure out what you're suggesting, and then she'll start walking off in the direction that she's pointed. Dallas and Psylocke, you will follow. What about your two red shirts and the doctor?
Dr. Jones is not going to stop trying to help until, she's not going to stop. She'll be one of those, it's like after they're already dead, she's going to be trying to help. So.
Yeah, didn't figure. Actually,
you have no shortage of potential patients.
I think what'll happen here is Dallas will tell one of the red shirts to stay with her and the other one to come with them.
All right, so
Ash will stay with her, so you have the Denobulan who can translate for the lady escorting you guys.
Okay,
and that is absolutely what Ash is going to make that call.
All right, so Doctor and Ash, you remain behind and do what you can to help.
Since he has first aid, he has her put him to work. Ash is totally not macking or crushing on the doctor at all.
Okay, Ash, you can give me a first aid roll to see how useful you are.
Oh, you would have to ask for that. I just saw his first aid skill. It's 11. Which he succeeded by 0.
Well.
All right, so Ash, you're doing what you can, but it almost feels pointless. It's like you're having no effect. And
actually, if he's still poisoned, that would have been a fail by 1.
Yes, he would still be poisoned. So the result is still the same. what you're doing seems to be ineffective, whether you succeed or fail. At least you don't kill someone. Inadvertently, anyway.
Well, I guess that's something.
All right, so Nyseri will lead you out of the village, maybe a couple of 100 meters, and she takes you to this.
This is where she transforms into the changeling and kills you all.
Mm-hmm.
And so then she comes back and she's one of you.
Wouldn't that be funny?
Hysterical.
Okay. She will point to this, though she seems hesitant to get close.
And she doesn't want a tail.
She says it is dangerous to go. It is dangerous to go in there. And security officer number 2 says she doesn't want to go any further. She says it's dangerous. And then he turns to her and speaks. And then he turns back and says, she says, people have gone in there and have simply disappeared.
Yeah, it sounds like the last couple of places we went. Ask her if she knows how to open it.
Well, you can see it is open.
Oh, never mind.
So what you're looking at is sort of the back wall of this cave thing. Right. It is open. Yeah. You can walk in.
Okay, well, yeah, in we go. At a hasty pace.
And pull the Aragorn thing and do the "I do not fear death." And then Psylocke can just leisurely follow you like Legolas, and then the poor Denobulan dude's like, "Oh, great, I'm Gimli. This sucks."
Okay.
Watch out for the pile of skulls.
Oh, those guys. I couldn't remember who the Denobulans were.
Flocks.
The passage before you runs deeper into the earth, sloping down. The man-made tunnel looks like it was excavated roughly. The walls and floor are not finished. Runes cut into the rock line the walls, floors, and ceiling. Their blue glow provides the only light, making it difficult to see. Lying scattered throughout the passage are the unmoving form of small primates. They look like the monkeys from Earth, but with ferret-like faces and sharp teeth.
Always with the little creatures. Only this time we don't have working phasers.
That's what they look like, but the ones that you see are all dead.
Well, that makes it easier.
Mostly dead.
It's a shame we don't have a working tricorder.
You could carry one around and scan it when that stuff works again. I'm sure you won't suffer from space lice.
Is there an external, obvious reason for their death? Like trauma.
You could give me a diagnosis roll, like medical diagnosis.
I could, in theory. There's no way that's going to succeed here. That one's species-based, and I don't have medic.
Give it a go. Don't worry about the species
default
modifier.
Yeah, this is Star Trek.
Yeah, okay. Well, this is
You
not
could roll
likely
a
to
3.
succeed, but who knows? Who knows? Who knows?
Holy cow.
Now you can potentially learn diplomacy or diagnosis next week.
Okay. You are not entirely sure, but you see on sort of closer inspection burn marks which could be consistent with electrical burns.
Okay. Actually, I wonder if Psylocke couldn't have identified that as well. Being an engineer, he's probably seen his share of electrical burns.
I guess he could roll a diagnosis if he has the skill and succeeds. He will get a much more accurate interpretation.
But I think we established that I don't have medical skills.
Yeah, it's just a pure IQ-based default at this point. What is it? IQ -6?
-6, nice.
Will not be easy.
Failure by Uno.
Yeah. You don't get anything more.
Hey, you were really close.
I was close.
Okay, well,
was that
Dallas will say electrical burns,
diagnosis?
maybe?
Yeah,
That looks like a good idea.
I just posted what's responsible.
So he is, so Dallas is actually going to start checking about whether or not the electronic equipment is working now at this point.
The electronic equipment is not working.
Yeah, so I guess he'll have the tricorder out and keep trying to turn it on as we go in further, just in case. I'm assuming that's not going to work.
Whereas before, the tricorder would turn on briefly and then get frazzled, it doesn't seem to turn on at all now.
Okay.
Probably consistent with the obelisk.
Yeah,
going
not
ballistic.
unexpected. Okay, yeah. Otherwise, carry on, and we need to keep an eye out for, disintegration fields. However we end up.
Does anyone have the
that
trap skill? If you don't, you can make a perception-based traps roll.
Well, I think if I pull this
in this case, I will allow a complementary skill of science.
So at this point, I am going to use my symbiote memory here and do it at IQ level. So this will be traps. Which just barely succeeds. I'll go ahead and do that science roll just to make it, because I could use a slight compliment. Jeez! The dice have really screwed us over now.
Alright, so with the complementary roll...
Made by 1.
You cannot say for certain. Does Psylocke have science?
No.
Nope. All right, so you suspect the runes on the floor might trigger whatever defense mechanism is here. So you will need to go through this tunnel, carefully avoiding the runes on the floor.
Actually, before we take off down here and trying to avoid the ruins, I think I want to grab one of those bodies and sort of chuck it down and see what happens.
Very smart. You pick up one of the bodies. You chuck it down, and soon as it sort of rolls over a rune, lightning sort of arcs randomly around the corridor. It sort of strikes the creature, and it is now smoking from these lightning strikes, which then subside.
Right. I'm thinking we don't touch those.
You can make a dex or acrobatics roll. You can take extra time, and I certainly recommend that you probably do.
I say no. Be awesome. I'm certain it won't come back and bite you in the butt.
What is Psylocke's dex?
He's like 12.
So we're both 12. That's good chances. But reminding me that we're getting late session dice now. I'm not as convinced. Yeah, we're also in a hurry. I'll at least take twice 2x.
So for +1?
Yeah. And this is just raw dex. Or acrobatics, you said, right? Which I
Dex
don't have.
or acrobatics?
All right, dex it is. You coming? Jesus.
Trying
You
to
only
fail.
live once.
You want to live forever?
You only live once.
Psylocke,
Human say that one time.
are you going to go at the same speed as Dallas?
Well, it seems that it is the most logical conclusion. Seeing as we are both the same inability.
Okay.
So what
Dex
is that?
+1.
+1? I saw 2 6s. I didn't see the 1. Made it by 0.
I just saw your comment there, Giger. I was totally thinking the same thing because I was looking away and listening, and I wasn't sure if he meant inability or inability.
All right, so Psylocke, you're stepping very carefully, and then you see that your foot lands on the edge of one of these runes. You wait for a moment to see if you're going to get vaporized. Nothing happens. You breathe a sigh of relief and continue on.
Number 2, why don't you hang back and we'll call you if we need you. I don't have a good feeling about this one.
I'm super confident. I think I can do it.
All right. So, Lorian, does Red Shirt Security Officer 2 want to try it?
Well, Commander Dallas did not issue that as a command or an order. He made it a suggestion.
That was a suggestion.
So we're doing +1, huh? Oof.
No, I got it, sir.
Are we fine? See?
Oh, well,
I did
okay.
better than you guys did.
That's easy.
All right, you will negotiate the tunnel, come out the other side, and then you find yourself
disintegrated.
Not disintegrated.
Yeah, that's a bit more familiar.
We're rooting for you to blow up the planet.
This large pentagonal room is full of the same blue markings and etchings that cover the obelisk and the tunnel. The blue glow is the only light. You will recognize this as being very similar to that on Bacchus 4 and is it 50 on Pegasi? The runes and markings lead to flat areas that remind you of control panels or viewing screens. There is a fissure in the ceiling that lets warm air into what would otherwise be a very cold room. The floor is littered with detritus and refuse, dirt, bits of rotting vegetation, and animal waste.
Okay.
Well. You can make a perception or observation roll. Vision based.
Well, the red shirt's doing okay. I'm gonna have to come up with a name for him.
Yeah, but it'll have to be Denobulin. All right. Psylocke, you're up. See if you can do better.
Not that it's particularly needed with your success.
Well, if he gets a crit.
He beats you. You will see hiding in crevices are living versions of these primate Norgal creatures. They watch you.
Right.
Sorry, say again.
Just grunting in resignment, I guess.
They watch you very carefully. If you have naturalist, you're welcome to make a roll. But at this point, they just watch. They don't appear to be immediately aggressive, but they're not entirely scared either.
So they're cats and they're bored.
Right. All right. So, Ensign Renix, you keep an eye on these creatures and help us out if we get into.
Yep.
What? And
Renix.
Lieutenant Commander Psylocke and I will attempt to identify how to turn this stupid thing off.
Roger that, sir.
We have both been in the presence of a couple of these control rooms, and I have eidetic memory Psylocke actually has photographic memory. Between a lot of us, we should be able to figure something out here.
Okay, how do you spell Rinix?
It's in the thing,
In chat.
RINIX.
What was he? Was he security?
Yes. All right, so Redshirt Rinix.
He probably shouldn't be talking about the big family he's going to have, should he?
Someone is welcome to go and find a picture for his avatar, and then I'll add it.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
We can.
It looks my push to talk is working.
Sweet. What was
Sweet.
the
We
problem?
know what to do with ourselves.
What was the problem? Do you know? Or is it just like,
uh,
oh, I need to push this button?
No, I posted it in the Discord. I screenshot.
Plugins.
So there's a page which has like 3 different options. I just disabled all of them because they sounded kind of hokey. I don't know which one did it, but it worked.
What are the 3
Sweet.
different options for future reference?
They're in the they're in Discord.
It's under add-ons. It's client query control and gamepad joystick support. So like it allows other applications to control Discord, something along those lines. I disabled them.
Sweet.
Now I'm going to look on mine to see what that's said on mine. I don't remember.
Well, there we go. Problem solved. Now on to the
Interesting.
other
I have
problem.
all 3 of them enabled. It's interesting. I
Yeah.
have all 3 of those enabled. It looks like it changes from enabled to disabled when you turn it off.
I would think that the text of the button would say disable, enable, if it were going to change it to that.
Agreed.
Either way, it's working, so that's awesome.
It's working. We desperately don't want to touch it anymore.
Yeah. Don't fix it any further.
Yay.
Are you listening to us, Windows?
No, it isn't. All right, time for the other button pushing.
All right.
People are dying out there. Alien people.
I guess you can do a science.
Alrighty. Uh-huh.
All right, well, you're using the information that you've garnered from previous away missions dealing with this technology, and you proceed to start touching things.
Boom.
I don't suppose, Mr. Psylocke, you could recall which one it is that triggers the planet to explode so we can not push that button this time.
I think it was the blue button.
They're all blue.
So, immediately after contact with a rune, a 3-dimensional mat materializes in the center of the room. In the instant that you can see it, you recognize the oceans and land masses of Pascal 1. Before you can act,
the planet explodes.
The blue lights wink out. Unless you are carrying a light source, you are in total darkness. you hear chittering, shrieking, and howling, and then you feel like you are covered in a blanket of gnashing teeth, biting into your flesh.
Ah! Ah!
Except we have DR8.
Well, you're DR2 against impaling. Well, actually, no, they don't have impaling, they have cutting. But your face and hands can be
Covered up with arms.
in any case, this will resolve as a skill challenge. You will need to get 5 successes before you get 3 successes. Actually, we'll make
3 failures probably.
Sorry, 3 failures.
That is more doable.
Since we only have 4 of you here, no, 3 of you, we'll make that 3 successes versus 2 failures.
You realize I'm totally going to give you the first failure, right?
Probably.
What kind of skills are we using for this?
Well, you are being attacked. You're not immediately going to like die. They're not like chewing faces off straight away. So this is happening over several turns. But these creatures certainly seem to be emboldened to attack you now that the lights are out. You have any options that you can come up with to fight these off.
I've got one for Psylocke when we get around.
Some examples could be like physically flinging them, removing them, throwing them, fighting them. Other options could be making like loud noise, making yourself look threatening. You could try and bash on the controls to see if you can relight the runes, or any other actions that you feel could resolve this scene.
My recommendation was going to be for Psylocke. You said earlier you have the gizmo ability, so why don't you? He could totally have like a chem light in his gear.
But there's a limit on the number of uses for that.
He hasn't used it.
He used it for the
only
knife.
Got Gizmo 1.
Never mind.
But that would have been a great one.
We're all gonna die.
But doesn't my multi-tool have a little flashlight?
Well, this is...
Yeah, but the electronics are not working.
Yeah, that's right. Damn it.
So, I guess red shirt Renix. Yeah, Renix is just gonna try a dex check. Judo, it's the same. Holy cow! Success by 5.
Well, what is Renix doing?
He's trying to throw him off.
Okay.
Actually, he's probably trying to throw them off of like Dallas and or Psylocke instead of focusing on himself, because he's awesome like that.
At this point, the room is sort of almost pitch black, so it's very difficult to see.
Then we go back to his original thought where he's trying to throw him off of him.
Okay. That is 1 success. Dallas. What is he doing to resolve this situation?
Yeah. Shit. And I just used that.
He's feeling jealous over my roll is what he's feeling. I was hoping to get a Mel roll there.
Which version of the Mel roll, I wonder?
It's a skill roll, so we know what kind of roll Mel gives on skills.
Sad but true.
I was about to say, notice she's not disputing this.
Nope.
Crap. Everything I have is wildly inappropriate. But use judo. Well,
Well, there's nothing that says you can't do the same. It would just be better if you were more creative.
You didn't
Yeah, we demand you to be
specify
more
that.
creative.
Well, I'm trying to think of something I could science here. And unfortunately, that mostly involves electronics.
You can maybe science the shit out of it.
Does science cover naturalist? Or some sort of animal skill? Because maybe you can make a shriek or something like that might scare them.
Gotta leave, the sand people will be back soon.
It does cover geology and naturalist, yeah. Okay. So, actually, what I'm thinking is he may have identified certain stone within here, certain rocks that he might be able to throw and spark and maybe catch some of the guano on fire or something.
There you go. That's more creative.
So,
Cool.
Science?
Science.
Well, I got lots of science.
All right, Psylocke.
I have no idea.
You have one more success to get. You can be boring and just throw them off. You could make a health roll, make lots of noise and appear threatening. Or you can come up with something cool yourself.
Come up with something cool.
Hey, I just made a fire. You could use that.
I guess with that you have a little bit of light.
I have no idea. He's he's not. I don't know.
How would a Vulcan handle it?
That's a good question. What do they do when they get swarmed?
Any other suggestions from other players? Mel?
Maybe I'll just go boo.
I don't know what he's good at other than engineering.
Yes.
Nothing. If it doesn't involve fixing a reactor or some sort of thrust drive or warp drive or communications or the force shields, I'm not good at it.
Well, you did mention he was chummy earlier, so I guess he could stare at them with a really awkward smile until they get nervous and walk away.
Do you have intimidate?
Of course not.
That would be a social skill.
How about a health roll to yell and scream and make yourself appear big and threatening?
I don't know if he's going to stoop to that level.
What about start banging on the runes to see if you can get them to relight and work again?
That seems like a thing he would do.
Yeah, he would try that.
Okay.
Manually adjusting the exterior casing.
All right. In the dim light, you will start fumbling on the controls. Roll your engineering. All right. That is
There we go.
3 successes. The runes will relight, and immediately the creatures will flee and scatter back into their hidey holes and vantage points, and they look at you, doing the "I see you" thing. Do that again, and we're on you.
Take a rock and shove it in the hole where that one came out. Back to work.
All right, so since there was no failures, none of you take any significant damage other than superficial scratches.
Damn it, they tore my shirt.
That's all right.
Yes.
They're easy to fix.
You successfully did your science before to turn it on.
Yes.
So you will continue what you were doing, hoping not to trigger the same surge or whatever. And you continue, and you appear to have deactivated whatever is running.
Norton antivirus.
All right. And we're going to look around.
Dr. Jones.
Wait to see if we feel tremors.
You do not feel any tremors. Dr. Jones, you will see the runes on the obelisk go out, and the obelisk goes dark, whereas before it was sort of pulsating randomly. At this point, it is inactive or inert. The screaming subsides, but there are still several people. Their mutations seem to have stopped progressing. They are still screaming in pain because they have extra limbs growing out of weird places and stuff, but the mutation is not progressing. You can, now that you have time to evaluate, and your tricorder will start to function.
Yep. So tricorder out, and she'll start doing better evaluations of them.
Give me a tricorder roll.
That's a no. Failure by 2.
Finally.
She'll kind of shake it a little bit, like it's not quite back up to working.
Right, you're not able to garner any special special information from the tricorder. It gives you results, but not results sufficient to give you the +4 bonus that you would get to do a proper diagnosis. So give me another medicine roll.
There's my rolls. Success by 2 at least.
While you wish that you had the technology of the med bay on the asteroid that you went to when you cured the apostates, you feel that you could do some surgery that would at least stop those people that have mutated from dying, but you don't think you can reverse the mutation.
Okay. And we don't have a translator here, so I would basically have to start surgery without letting somebody know what I'm doing. I'm just going to start cutting these people.
Well,
actually,
no,
Universal Translator will start working now.
Oh,
yes,
that's right.
And yes, surgery doesn't involve cutting in Star Trek. It involves going woo 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 with a hand thingy.
Yeah, don't ask how that works.
Yeah, magic.
Space magic.
All right. So I think you said our friend wasn't going to go any further in the tunnels down there. Does she come back out, or is she still down there waiting?
She's still waiting.
Okay.
But with the universal translator now kicking in, and you realize that your electronics are working, you can understand what some people around you are saying.
Okay. So she'll kind of go into full, I don't know the word, I guess triage or whatever it is mode, and start going through and finding the ones who are savable, and try to talk to them and tell them what's going on and that she's going to help them.
Okay. Given the situation, they have little option but to go with your recommendations. You can give me a medicine roll. This is obviously going to take hours, if not
She'll
potentially days, but you can start doing your thing.
Yep.
And
So
you will stop any further of these indigenous peoples from dying from their mutations. Unfortunately, you can't do anything about those that are already died, and you can't do anything about the mutations themselves.
So Ash failed the comms by 2, so he's going to take the extra time to get the +2 to contact Lexington to have them send additional, in the event that this stuff's actually working, and they can, to send additional medical support.
Communications is routine, so even a failure by 2 is enough to succeed.
Although they probably will be like, afterwards, is it just me, or did he sound really drunk?
I assume Lorien by this time is back on the bridge.
Yeah, because
What
the
was the
creepy
name?
serial killer showed up.
The communications officer, which is where's crew breakdown? Where was her name?
As Yatrix. Communications is in engineering for whatever reason. I would have expected that to be elsewhere, but
well, I think it's technically in operations, but engineering or is it services? They have weird names for the TOS stuff. Actually,
yeah. Well, medical falls under science, so that's also. I would expect those to be separate, but whatever.
She will turn to Lorien and holding her hand to her ear or earpiece, and she'll turn and say, "Actually, do we have a picture of her? I think we do."
Yeah, I thought we did.
I thought we did too. It might be in something else. In any case, she will say, "Commander, we have communications from the planet's surface, or from the away team. They are requesting emergency medical personnel."
Make it so. And send in security with them.
All right, so you will start beaming down some people to deal with the situation. The rest of the away team, you will arrive back at the village to see that medicaling is happening.
Expedition Commander, would you like to do the honors. Relay what happened.
Is that me?
Yeah. You're 3IC. You're in charge here.
It's like,
On board the Lexington, whoever's the reserve science officer will also report in that you're able to get scans of Pascal 1.
then they know what to do. Scan the hell out of this shit.
Ash's dad. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I threw together in Discord. I threw together a really quick thing for what is it? The Ronnke?
Yep. I'll add this really cool. Token tool is such a useful tool.
Right, that's how you're doing the those things. Okay.
Yeah, it's so quick. What was it? Ronnke. All right, let me add that to him.
All right. Well, we are over time. How much more do you have?
This is basically the end.
My beautiful friend.
I was not thinking that.
Of course I was. Doors are the best.
Let me just make sure that I've shown you all that you have to see. Yes.
That sounds ominous.
And do we remember when Nosh is supposed to be back?
I don't,
I
but
thought
I
he
think
said-
it was... Okay,
I
so
thought he said he was going to be gone all of February.
I guess we can find it. We'll find out in the Discord. All right, to wrap this up, you have where's her image? Have her on the bridge.
Yes. Demanded
And she will say,
identification, I think. She has words.
she does have some words. Where are her words?
That's what I keep saying.
Yeah, I'm always wondering where my words are. Keep losing them.
They're never where I left them.
Never.
So, she will turn to face Lorian when Lorian steps onto the bridge. And she says, or she has the, let me just read this. She has the kindly face of a doddering grandmother, The relaxed smile, the short grey hair, even the white cardigan. It all belies a dark glint in eyes that take in everything, calmly and coldly. Let's get this show on the road, she says. This body is not getting any younger.
Vulcan great mothers do not wear white cardigans. If offense was not an emotion, I would be offended by the human-centric notion of all this flavor text.
What is Lorien? How does Lorien respond? Oh, you asked.
I thought that was how you were planning on smashing out with her saying that.
Nope. There is one more thing.
You would be the serial killer, I presume. Oh, wait, murderer. You would be the murderer.
Cassandra Pruitt. Yes. She looks around and says, "Where is the Admiral?"
In the brig where she belongs. How did you get here?
She says, "I transported across from there." And she points to the view screen, which is still displaying the USS Walcott.
He's going to give the communications officer a, obvious or an implied order with a look to confirm this. And crap, I don't know how he would proceed from there other than trying.
She says, "Commander, the Walcott reports an unauthorized transport. Apparently, Cassandra Pruitt is no longer on board."
Inform them that we have a fairly certain, inform them that she is here.
I
believe we have a great deal to discuss.
She will sigh and
grumble under her breath about Vulcans.
Perhaps she does, but where is it? She will then, or your communications officer will say, "Commander, I have a secure message to you from Starfleet Command."
Great, secure. Okay, so I'm going to have to take that in the briefing room. This is why you do want like a ready room because, well, if it's secure, you don't want to go, okay, let me go down 4 decks and, over that away. I think he is going to instruct this newcomer lady to accompany him. He doesn't want her out of his sight. And then they'll go to the briefing, and when he opens the command or the communication, he's going to straight up start with, I have Cassilandra Pruitt with me.
Do you have security with you?
Yes, he's going to have some security, yeah. Well, though they will probably be loitering outside the briefing room.
The message is brief. And
does it tell me to blow the Admiral out the airlock?
It does not tell you to blow the Admiral out the airlock.
Well, that's moderately disappointing.
What was the name? I'm not finding the name. But the Starfleet Command says, Commander, you are to proceed to the so-and-so system to a small...
Yeah.
And they will obviously give you a name. Proceed to a moon there at maximum warp. You may keep your guest, and I assume that you mentioned the Admiral. You may keep your guest and the Admiral there. Keep her in the brig if you feel it necessary.
So what are the actual instructions once we reach this location? And also,
you will receive further instructions on arrival. And that is where we end it. Cassilandra Pruitt, she will smile and say, "Are we going on a trip?"
So it would seem.
If you have Vulcan spidey sense, there's probably all sorts of things that don't feel right going on right now.
Tragically, he does not. One of his quirks is that he is mildly embarrassed, that he is completely mind blind and cannot learn to melt.
No Peter Tingle.
No Peter Tingle.
All right, so we shall leave it there. Everyone gets 2 points. Are there any questions? Does anyone want to spend points while they remember? Otherwise, we can take that, deal with that next week.
Yeah, I'll deal with that next week. I can't think of any that I need. I'm holding off of intentionally not picking up diplomacy because why?
Actually, yeah, I got. That's the second time I've used traps, based on that racial ability. So I'm just gonna go ahead and spend that point and make that permanent.
Sure. All right, well, if there's nothing further, if you are watching this and you have questions, corrections, suggestions, or general hecklings, feel free to leave a comment here or find us on Discord. Please consider liking and subscribing to our YouTube and Twitch channels. Thank you for watching. Olympus out.
Bye.